Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Shivoham. Om Nitya.
Anandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityananda. Welcome to all the viewers who are joining us from all over the world today for this Parashakti Akashic reading program. I hope all of you have been enjoying all of these celebrations for the Nityanandeshwara Brahmotsavam. I hope all of you will be continuing to join us for all of the festivities that will be coming up. We will be having Bharan Deepam and Kartikeya Deepam coming shortly, just a few days, on the 19th of November. And this is the day when Paramashivam landed as a shaft of light to liberate Brahma and Vishnu from their delusion. So let us enter into this program and understand who is Devi Parashakti. We will be having the culmination of the Nityanandeshwara Brahmotsavam celebrations on the 19th of November, and we'll have many temple festivities and many offerings that you can make to Swamiji to celebrate the happening of the incarnation of Paramashivam in your life as Guru himself. So now with this, we'll be entering into this today's program and understanding who is Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother herself. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is a source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmandiyam, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashivam himself, who is a primordial divinity in Hinduism. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, about the relationship with the cosmic mother, first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with a mother. Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with a mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most easiest form to ever connect. And today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam himself. So now let us understand what is the Bhava Samadhi darshan, which we will be experiencing through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, manifesting Devi Parashakti. So what is Samadhi? Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source, and Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. And Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment that we behold a deity, an avatar, or a saint, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and leave a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes a moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough. It's like hitting the reset button on your very being. So let us understand the science behind the Bhavasmadhi Darshan. The first thing that you need to know is the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. And divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavataras, the deities and temples, and through the Nijavataras, the incarnations in the Bhavasmadhi Darshans. And the Bhavasamadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as a Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. So, for example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijavatara of Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara deity reflects the consciousness and manifestation being of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not yet mature enough to receive these higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge this gap and creates the experience of superconscious energy in all of us. Bhavasamadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. During the Darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. During the Bhavasamadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving perceive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The Akashic readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archives. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, yet to happen are clearly already recorded. So now let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the divine cosmic being who's manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation yoga in temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Shamala Pita Satvika Pita, the oldest Hindu papal state and the very kingdom of Devi Meenakshi in Bhagavan Sundareshwara. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving and restoring all of the temple monastery complexes under the Kailasa Shamala Pita Satvika Pita. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvekta by his Guru Parampara at the age of 16 on the 24th of May 1994. In this lineage is Yogi Yoganandapuri, Sakhi Swamigal, and Mataji Vibhudanandapuri, and of course Swamiji himself. And in 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission, the Nityananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally at the age of 21. Soon after, on the 4th of November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvekta at the age of 24. And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurating the sacred land of Adi Kailasa, which would soon become an international hub for spiritual sciences. And on the 1st of January 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara Tripura Sarvekta at the age of 26. In that same year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also declared as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Sarangi Samrajya of the Suryavamshi lineage at on the 31st of December 2004. And in 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism became the reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvekta at the age of 29. And in 2008, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvekta at the age of 30. In 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Pada, the largest apex monastic order, and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at the age of 25. And in 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam at the age of 36. In that same year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvarur Adinam, as well as the Vedaranyam Adinam. And all of these are ancient mutts in Tamil Nadu, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving and restoring to their original glory. See the lineage of the Tiruvarur Adinam. It's the lineage of the Vedaranyam Adinam, beginning from Bhagavan Paramashivam himself. In 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Svaragapura Adinam, which is at the age of 37. And this is the lineage of Bhagavan Mahaganapati himself. And in that same year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pita Kolada Mutt at the age of 37. And this is the most ancient mutt in Karnataka, dating back over 6,000 years. In 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs or leaders at the age of 36. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the most revered, prolific, and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion followers in Hinduism. And Kailasa is the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. You can connect to Kailasa via Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and all other social media platforms. And over the last 27 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food banks, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution, and peace initiatives, and sustainable Hindu practices through various international bodies and agencies. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Here you can just see a few of them, which are all freely available online for anyone to download, read, and enjoy. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded. And is the establisher of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 10,000 hours of discourse that's delivered and over 1 billion views on social media. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as a commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, the Jain Sutras, and many more. And all of these commentaries are freely available online for anyone to learn the teachings of Hinduism and make them applicable for modern day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, and has been most recently recognized by the California State Senate, the US Senate, and many congressmen across the US who have recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's immense contributions to humanity over the last 27 years. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential people by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. And is the reviver of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the NITHYANANDA Order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora, who are working for global peace and giving a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world, with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And it's the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems. And the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajna Patens. So now with this, we will be coming to a conclusion of this program now that we've understood and seen just a few of the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity. Let us now witness one of the greatest contributions to humanity from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the science of power manifestation. We will now be witnessing the live demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis, extraordinary powers, as demonstrated by the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Nityananda Yogis and the Nityananda Gurukul Balasins. Now with this, let us get ready for the live demonstration of these extraordinary powers. And as you are getting ready for this live demonstration, you can also take a few minutes now to go ahead and join as a member of Kailasa's SPH and NITHYANANDA YouTube channel. It's a very simple process. You can just go to the YouTube channel, and next to the subscribe button, you'll see the join button, so you can join as a member and constantly stay connected and up to date on the happenings of Kailasa. So now with this, we'll be entering into the demonstration of the extraordinary powers.
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam.
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Pavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, welcome to today's Manifesting the Extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva and Parashakti. We'll be entering to the power manifestation session segment, which is manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. The Balasans, Nityananda yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of Third Eye and sharing with all the experience and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through Diksha initiation. In today's Bhavasmaya Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into Third Eye Awakening and various other powers with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers, which is the Third Eye, seeing with your eyes completely blindfolded. Third Eye is the cosmic browsing center, which is located between the brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you do with your two eyes. So what are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. Shaktis are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine, you need to manifest divine, and not you are a man, you need to reach divine. The Shaktis expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection to the divine and high integrity with the Guru. The Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. The Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from the space of enlightenment. Paramashiva, which is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, the five cosmic acts of Shristi, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Paramashivam, is an 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa. the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced science. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transferring it to the world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed on from one generation to next through Diksha initiation by the enlightened gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation. From the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddhi Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivam and Paramashivam. So, how to awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is the jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and power of every being, prajnana. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, which are called pramana. Shastra pramana, which are the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta pramana, which are the experience and results of aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. Atma pramana, which is account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. Praktiksha pramana, which are called empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from the Shastra source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. The Shastra Pramana. Kapalantarmano nyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dardyad lakshayed lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. Apta Pramana, which is in the Hindu Purana, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. In the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Atma Pramana, which is in Swamiji's own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 directions, below me, everything I realized. Not only was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. Pratyaksha Pramana, which are the study measures and comparing metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. When you are in the deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain is at peace. Sakshi Pramana, which are this rare sacred science of third eye awakening, is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. Let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, which are the demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and Nityananda yogis. Now we'll be entering the power manifestation demonstration directly. I'm going to connect myself in the space of oneness with Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivam, remembering Swamiji in my third eye and in my space, having the simple cognition Paramashiva is real, bowing down to him, being a Sakshi Pramana, connecting in the space of oneness and manifesting this power of third eye, which is seeing and reading with your eyes completely blindfolded. In today's power manifestation demonstration, we're going to be looking into reading the Facebook live comments, which is from the Kailasa Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism page. Now, let us all sit straight and chant the Mahavakya along, remembering Swamiji in our third eye and our inner space. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 The first comment, which is in folded hands emoji and a heart and a folded hand. Second emoji, the second comment is a girl having a heart, a red color heart. Next is Kailasa's Manitya Shivamayananda. Gratitude, folded hands. Kailasa's Manitya Shivamayananda with an heart, which is an emoji. Kailasa's Manitya Shivamayananda, third eye powers with a trishul. And again, the folded hands emoji thrice. So now we will come to the conclusion of today's third eye power manifestation demonstration. It may be very short just by witnessing this power. If our participants can still leave a comment, I'll be reading out now, right now, with my eyes completely blindfolded, connecting myself in the space of oneness with Swamiji, manifesting these powers. But now we'll be moving on to the next segment of today's Parashakti's Akashic reading. We'll be having the guided power manifestation session to make you to manifest the powers of Paramashiva by the end of today's session. Thank you, Nityananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Hope all of you enjoyed that wonderful demonstration of the extraordinary powers, the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva, as demonstrated by the Nithyananda group of Bhagavans and the yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you are welcome to join back every day at this time for another live demonstration of these Shaktis and have the opportunity to have your body scanned. So now, with this, we'll be entering into the understanding who is Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. So the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti from the Lalita Sahasranama describes that the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup with me, and the other twirling a red lotus. And it continues on. I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as I am, and she is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main. Parashakti is the source, source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding us, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, describing herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Reemkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa Srikurajindamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nityananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbhasvarupini, Brahmandayam, Shami, Chandramauli, Napala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajalakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi continues on, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva. Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine grahas, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Mudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. So how can we receive Devi Parashakti? In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. And you can watch Devi. This coin is considered the traditional dakshina. In Hindu tradition, it can be even of the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paisa. In the US, it can be even 1 cent. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. Even in India, even 1 paisa is okay. So after that, after the darshan, offer that to Devi. And after the darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So how can you set up your thumb? You can keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. And you can see how you can arrange it on a plate and offer it to Devi every time that you have darshan. And you will see just with this one small gesture, how much it adds to your connection, how much your connection with Devi Parashakti deepens. So now with this, we'll be entering into the next segment and understanding some of the various revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity. All of us know that Devi has been continuously manifesting to guide us, bless us, and protect us, and also as many sacred revelations. In today's segment, we'll be understanding what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the sacred secrets of Hindu birth. And Devi has been continuously manifesting, and so many people have shared about the beautiful blessings and prayers that they have been answered by Devi Parashakti. So if you too would like to have your prayers blessed, if you would like to receive the boons and blessings of Devi Parashakti, you can do that very simply by joining as a member of Kailasa's SPH and NITHYANANDA YouTube channel. And once you have joined as a member, it's a very simple process. You could go to YouTube, the Kailasa's SPH and NITHYANANDA YouTube channel, and you will see the join button next to the subscribe button. You can click on that and you can join as a member in any level that you would like. And with this, you will be able to ask your questions directly to Devi Parashakti during the live Parashakti Akashic readings. You can ask in the comment section under the live video and have your questions answered, have your prayers blessed by Devi Parashakti, manifesting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can also ask your questions under the comments section of the live Facebook video. So you can go to Kailasa's SPH JGM Nityananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and you can go ahead and like and follow that. And once you've done that, you can ask your questions during the live Parashakti Akashic readings, again, in the comment section. We'll be shortly entering into the segment, and we'll understand about how what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the sacred secret of Hindu birth. And you can also, if you would like to ask your questions on Instagram, you can also do that. You can follow Sri Nityananda on Instagram, and you can ask your questions in the comment section of the photo posted for the day announcing the live Parashakti Akashic readings. And you can also ask your questions on Twitter. You can follow Sri Nityananda on Twitter and ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet announcing the live darshan with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And lastly, you can also ask your questions on WhatsApp. So you can go to kailasa.org and you will see a WhatsApp chat box that pops up. And you can ask your questions here in the WhatsApp chat and have your blessings, have the blessings of Devi Parashakti. So now with this, we will be entering into the segment and understanding what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the sacred secret of Hindu birth. First, let us watch what Devi Parashakti has revealed as the sacred secret of Hindu birth. Yes, and we will be fixing
உன்
the audio.
கேள்விக்கு மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனிதப் பிறவி. அந்த மனிதப் பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனிதப் பிறவி. அந்த மனிதப் பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Let us look at Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Devi revealed, listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this, in 4 types of births, 84 lakh yonis. And all of these births, the most greatest birth of them all is a human birth. Even in that human birth, being born in toils many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama. And those who decide about wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is Uttamam, the best. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human birth is Uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility. And after coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the dharma of protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all of their souls. Understand carefully. I am giving Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. After getting the body because of painful delusion, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly, for those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veera Svarga and Kailasa Padavi. For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly, all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed, asuras and rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. So, as Devasarashti revealed, we were given this Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth because we've taken the responsibility to protect Hinduism, which is why we need a Hindu nation. So let us understand a little bit more about this. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model that stands of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. The Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world. References from Hindu nations. So let's look at some of the references from Hindu nations from our Hindu scriptures. The Ramaraja, the Hindu nation ruled by Bhagavan Rama, is described in the Valmiki Ramayana, and it describes there were no widows to lament, nor were there any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies, and no one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. And the description continues on. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of grief. The trees there were bearing fruits regularly without any injury by pests or insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work, and bereft of any grief. People were all intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All the people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. Devas granted rains to fulfill all in the Hastinapur kingdom ruled by Yudhishthira. It's described in the Srimad Mahabharata, and it describes that Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood, and there was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone either, and there was no cause for fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. So these are just two of the most famous examples of the Hindu nations and how prosperous and abundant they were. But all of the Hindu nations were equally prosperous, were equally abundant because they followed the Dharma and the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and lived on the principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And because of this, all the citizens, all of the people of these kingdoms experienced great abundance, prosperity, and happiness. So let us look at some of the contributions of Hindu nations. The Hindu nations had so much to contribute in every single field, whether it was in the field of enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social systems, judicial systems, political systems, legal systems. In every field, Hindu nations gave breakthroughs. So let us see, over the course of 1,000 years, the Hindu nations were destroyed over the course of a three-phase attack on the Hindu civilization. And let us now understand how exactly our Hindu nations were destroyed. The destruction of the Hindu civilization came with a three-phase attack. The first phase was the Islamic invasions between 800 and 1700 AD. This was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. And it was described that the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably, Will Durant has described this, one of the most famous historians, has described that the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abductions of Hindu women and children, and slaves, and selling into slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during 800 to 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period, and millions more were raped, murdered, and dismembered. And the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus as conveyed by Khilji describes that Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must with greatest humility offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for that purpose. God created Hindus to be slaves for the Mohammedans. The Prophet hath ordained that if Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty, because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. And just another example of how barbaric these Islamic invasions were and how barbaric the Islamic invaders were. Go back to the previous slide, please. So you can see in this photo that the women are wearing the heads of children, and this is one of the torture techniques that the Islamic invaders used, where Hindu women were forced to be wearing garlands made of babies, of the heads of children. This is just one of the most barbaric, abusive torture techniques that the Islamic invaders used. And during the Islamic invasion, over 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by the Muslim invaders. Over 100,000 Hindu temples were destroyed, and over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed. And the description of the Islamic invaders: the conquering armies burned villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flagged them with thongs of rawhide, carried a moving prisoner with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. And during the next phase came with the British occupation between 1700 and 1947 AD. This was the economic and psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization. Again, Will Durant has described, "I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes. I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history." And the British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India, so that they would become slaves in their own homeland. This included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineering artificial famines to starve natives into submission, annexing Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule, mistranslating the Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroying the indigenous Gurukul education system, destroying local industries and forcing importation of British goods, and banning Hindus from owning or producing any firearms. And during the British occupation, over $45 trillion was looted from India over the course of 200 years. 45 million Hindus were put to death due to artificial famines and imposed poverty by the British policies and the appraisal killings for the 1857 Union. And 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And according to Shashi Tharoor of the Indian Parliament, the British came to one of the richest countries of the world on over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction, reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. The next phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization came with the secularization of India. This is between 1947 till present day. This has been ruled by brown faces, British attitudes, and policies towards Hindus. And Nehru has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science. Where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu republic. And the B.R. Ambedkar, the India's first law minister and the principal architect of the constitution, has described that if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. And the modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically have undermined, suppressed, and delegitimized the Hindu institutions and culture. India's constitution has established government control over and taxation over the Hindu temples, Hindu schools, and other institutions, while other religions are free from this interference. And Articles 26 through 30 of the Indian Constitution has discriminated against Hindus by giving special rights and benefits to non-Hindus. This includes government benefits, scholarships, and others. And the Hindu kingdoms and self-governance have been abolished. Anti-superstition laws have passed to criminalize Hindu practices, and mainstream Indian academia have described Hindus as sexist, racist, and backwards and oppressors. And the negative media portrayals of Hindus in Bollywood and TV have done the same. Media narratives have been used to also demoralize and stereotype Hindus. Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish sex fiends in a manner that is similar to British imperial propaganda. Media narratives are used to shape human consciousness and further political agenda. The racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, dishonest, and corrupt are perpetuated by their British brown successors in modern-day India, completely unabated. But now let us understand the revival of the Hindu nations. So, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the vision for the Hindu civilization. And the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, during the time of the Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 Deshas, 1,700 samsthanas, 10,000 sampradayas, and all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. We have lost all 56. The last of all was Nepal. I am the voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Veda agamic principles as a refuge for all the practicing and aspiring Hindus, as a safe haven for all the persecuted Hindus. So what is the need for this Kailasa? This revival of Kailasa is the revival of the Hindu nation. It is for reviving this whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great things that has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to the offerings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and sharing it with the whole world is the purpose of this Kailasa, the Hindu nation. The administration of Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as Paramashivam revealed in the Vedagama Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures. In Hinduism being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through our history books. So what can we do to stand up for the Hindu civilization and all that it has offered to the world? As Devi Parashakti has revealed, it is our responsibility to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That is why we were given the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth. Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism? Let us reclaim our Hindu identity. We need to understand that Hinduism is responsible for our successful lives. If we are Hindu and we are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, have a stable family life, have the best mental health, we need to understand that Hinduism is responsible. Our Hindu identity is responsible. Our Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is the Hindu scriptures which have given us the best mental setup, and all the best things that we Hindus have are from our Hindu scriptures. And Hindus are amongst the most richest and successful ethnic communities in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. Our Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. Just to give an example of the success of Hindus across the globe. In Hindustan Times, it was reported that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the United States. And this was according to Pew Study reports. So now let us reclaim our Hindu identity. It is not just anti-Hindu elements being active. It is the responsible Hindus being inactive that is responsible for this destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take responsibility for Hindus and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. So let us understand a little bit more about the responsibility of Hindus. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again, and share its great gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity. So this is an invitation to all of the Hindus out there, those who are born Hindus, those who are practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, those who want to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Come and become a part of this revival of Kailasa. You can sign up to be an e-citizen of Kailasa by visiting kailasa.org and signing up to be an e-Kailashian. You can become a part of this whole revival of the Hindu civilization, Hindu nation, and share all of the great gifts of the Hindu civilization, Hindu nation with the world. So now let us understand the need for this Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, and why it is the need for humanity.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda, Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world. To contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all these scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing these whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than one cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern. I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution.
As Swamiji revealed, Hinduism is all about contribution. And this whole Bible of Kailasa is one of the greatest contributions to humanity. So if you would like to be a part of this revival, you can sign up to be an e-citizen of Kailasa by visiting kailasa.org and signing up to be an e-Kailasan. Be a part of this whole revival of Kailasa. So now with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be entering into the offerings segment, where we will understand how we can connect to Devi Parashakti and offer our love, our gratitude to Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother, who is manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we'll be right back after a quick break.
Nityananda, and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more about the various traditional offerings we can offer to Devi Parashakti as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. And in the Hindu tradition, the offerings are a pure gift of love, devotion, and oneness from the devotee to the divine. These offerings are not made out of fear and greed. They are a pure expression of the sacred sentiments of the devotee for the divine. And when the divine accepts what one offers, the offerings become complete. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. So today, as we get ready to receive the darshan and blessings of Devi Parashakti and celebrate her happening in our life, let us look at some of the various traditional offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti to welcome her presence in our lives. Let us first look at a Dhyana Shloka, which describes the beauty and grace of Devi Parashakti. And this verse is from the Mula Agama, Manonmani Dhyana. It describes Induni Bhaveda Karavahni Nayanam Syat Pankajavara Japaksha Sarayuktam Angahimabhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tungamakutojvala Manonmani Swarupam. The translation of this verse, it says, moon-like face holding the Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse from the Mula Agama, Manonmani Dhyana, describes ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिविपूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. And the translation for this verse, it says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Veda, lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the Hindu tradition, the various traditional offerings to the divine and the temple rituals, these rituals and offerings are made in the sacred element of gold. And let us understand the significance of this divine element of gold. One of the many significance as described in this verse from the Atharva Veda. It says, Tredajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikyam insitasya parapatata apamekam veda samreta ahutatte hiranyam trividastvai vishe. The translation for this verse, it says, triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine element in the Hindu tradition. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Smritis, the Itihasas, the Puranas. In all the scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. The horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. And let us now take a look at the various traditional offerings that you can offer to Devi Parashakti today as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. The first offering is the e-hundi offerings. These are similar to the hundi offerings where you can offer any amount of your choice and you can make the e-hundi offerings in multiple currencies. Devi is described as Bhakti Priya, and it means she's fond of true devotion. So let us look at this verse which describes Devi's love for true devotion. It says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi, Sharadharadhya, Sharvani, Sharmadaini. The translation for this verse, it says Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there's any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives. When thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship then becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadharadhya means the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. And you can offer your Kanika, your token of gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the e-hundi offerings by registering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And you can make this offering in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, which is the offering of the conscious resolution. And this verse from Devi Mahatmya, chapter 12, verse 34 describes, Tayaitan muhyate vishvam shaiva vishvam prasuyate saya chittaja vijanam tushtarudim prayaschati. The translation for this verse, it says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. And you can make the offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti, and be blessed with the fruition of all the desires and wishes you may be yearning for. You can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu. This is the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. And you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with the sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can register for this offering on the website and be blessed to imbibe the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the very sacred divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself, as inscribed on these coins. So you can make this offering on the website in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, which is the offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And Devi is described as one who is adorned with garlands of pearls and jewels. Let us look at this verse which describes Devi's beauty decked with gems and pearls. It says, Muktaharalasatkiritaruchiram Purnendu Aktraprabham Shinjannupurakinkinimanidharam Padmaprabhabasuram Sarvabhitapalapradam Girisutam Vadinamasevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. The translation of this verse, it says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can make this offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, the Mukta Anguti, and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to be showered by her pure love and compassion in all your business endeavors. So you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the gold lotus flower. And the lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. It is used in the worship of the divine. And there are many scriptural references that describe the significance of the lotus flower. Let us look at this verse from the Kamika Agama, which describes one of the many significance. It says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbhavaranasamyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastraadhya Hema Pankajabhushitaha Sapidhanasa Kurachascha Pakva Bilva Palaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvitaha. The translation for this verse, it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, involving the consecration of the deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship, involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals, The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. And you can make the offering of the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. And you can register for this offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savers. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Metti, which is the gold touring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And the beauty of Devi Parashakti's sacred lotus feet is described in these verses. It says, Nakhadididi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The translation for this verse, it says, You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. And you can make the offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold touring to Devi Parashakti, and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of life. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas. And you can make this offering to Devi Parashakti with or any of the traditional ornaments to Devi Parashakti. You can register for any of the ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, which is the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as Sudha Sharabhivarshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara Chakra, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Swarna Mangtika represents the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can register for this offering of the Swarna Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And these verses from the Saundarya Lahari describe the beauty and grace of the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. This verse describes that the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. And the verse further states that the toenails of Devi Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi Parashakti. And Tamoguna is the darkness which is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees. And by constantly prostrating at her feet, their ignorance is removed and they attain the supreme knowledge. And you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, who is the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti herself. You can register for this traditional offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. And this is the traditional offering to be in constant gratitude for the divine protection in our lives at all times. And you can register for this sacred offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Here we have a summary of the various offerings that you can offer to Devi Parashakti. The first is the e-hundi offerings, which can be offered in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice. You can also register for the Sankalpa chanting, which is the offering of the conscious resolution. You can register for this on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. You can also make the offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And you can register for this offering on the website in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. You can also register for the Mukta Anguti, which is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And you can register for this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa is the gold lotus flower, and you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti is the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The Swarna Mangtika is the gold hairline jewelry, which represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. You can also register for the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the most sacred and ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. And you can register for this offering on the website. You can also register for the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. You can register for all of these traditional ornaments and sevas on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And let us now take a look at the website where you can make all of these traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti as you get ready to receive her darshan and blessings today, as you get ready to welcome her in your home and in your hearts. So here we have the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can register for the various offerings on the links on step 2. You can register for the e-hundi offerings and the offerings of the ornaments and sevas on the links on step 2. And if you would like to make an intention to make an offering today, and you would like to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill out the form on step 1. If you've made your traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti and you're ready to fill out the details of the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution for yourself and your family members, please fill out the form in step 3. Fill out the form and the link on step 3 with the names of yourself and your family members as your conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti. So you can register for the various offerings through the links on step 2. The e-hundi offerings can be made in multiple currencies: the US dollar, the Australian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, the Canadian dollar, the euro, the Indian rupee, the Singaporean dollar, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make the offerings in any amount of your choice. And if you would like to make the offerings of the traditional ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti, you can register on this website where you can make the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can register for this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. You can also register for the Mukta Anguti, which is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. You can register for this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, can be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering on the website. The Swarna Mangtika, which is the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. You can register for this offering on the website. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the most sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to guru. You can register for this offering on the website. The Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth. You can also register for this seva on the website. You can register for any of the traditional ornaments and sevas on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So with that, now we will be moving to the next segments of this program, where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for the well-being, for the care and well-being of humanity during these times of the pandemic through the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa as guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So let us now learn more about these immense contributions of Kailasas, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the well-being of humanity as he guides us through these times of the pandemic and moves humanity towards a superconscious breakthrough. So let us learn more about these contributions, and we'll be back with you right after a short break. Please stay tuned for the further segments of this program.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to this segment, the next segment of the Kailasa's contributions and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions. So let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learn from this segment today? Concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19 pandemic, and what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spiritual solutions for COVID-19, and Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, some glimpses, and why temple-based ecosystems, and UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now let us see some statistics and current news. Painful threshold. 5 million people dead due to COVID-19. Third wave in Africa and many other countries. Global solidarity to end the pandemic. Climate change conference and 5 key messages. Mental and behavioral health at hybrid work. National emergency in children's mental health. According to the United Nations, 5 million lives lost due to the COVID-19. In a statement issued to mark the crossing of this painful threshold, the UN chief said that the devastating milestone reminds us that we are failing much of the world. While wealthy countries are rolling out third doses of COVID-19 vaccine, only about 5% of the people in Africa are fully vaccinated. COVID-19 cases surges in Africa and many other countries due to Delta variant and low vaccine. Global solidarity, the hashtag only together we can end it. Climate and environmental news. At the World Leaders Summit opened on the day 2 of the COP, the UN chief, the Antonio Guterres, sent a stark message to the international community. We are digging our own graves, he said, referring to the addiction to fossil fuels, which threatens to push humanity and the planet to the brink through unsustainable global heating. The 5 key messages, we face a stark choice. Either we stop it or it stops us. The 5 key messages to the world leaders, it's time we say enough. Enough for brutalizing biodiversity, killing ourselves with carbon, treating nature like a toilet, burning and drilling and mining our way deeper, keeping 1.5 degrees goal alive. The UN chief called for greater ambition on mitigation and immediate concrete action to reduce global emissions by 45% by 2030, an effort that should be led by developed countries. We must do more to protect vulnerable communities. Mr. Guterres highlighted that the adoption measures work and that early warning systems as well as climate smart agriculture and infrastructure save lives and jobs. A COP must be a moment of solidarity. The UN chief reiterated his call for a 100 billion climate finance commitment in support of developing countries to become a reality. Five, the build on progress. A number of countries have made credible commitment to net zero emissions by mid-century, may have pulled the plug on international financing of coal, and over 700 cities are leading the way to carbon neutrality. Mr. Guterres warned that we are fast approaching tripping points that will trigger escalating feedback loops of global heating. But investing in the net zero climate resilient economy will create feedback loops of its own, virtuous circles of sustainable growth, jobs, and opportunity. Mental and behavioral health at hybrid work. Healthcare costs, COVID-19 vaccines, and behavioral health challenges are top of mind. Employers are preparing benefit plans for a new normal and hybrid workforce and are highly focused on addressing behavioral health issues. Employers' biggest well-being challenges are raising stress and burnt out and higher mental health related claims. Employers are prioritizing increased communication to boost engagement in existing behavioral health programs over the next 3 years. Most employees, 93%, say behavioral health will be a priority for the organization over the next 3 years. And 38% who are working from home today desire a more flexible, mixed on-site and work from home experience in the future. Pandemic takes toll on emotional and social well-being. 29% say their mental and emotional health has deteriorated as a result of the pandemic. American Academy of Pediatrics. Pediatrician, child and adolescent psychiatrists and children's hospitals declare the national emergency in children's mental health. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken a serious toll on children's mental health as young people continue to face physical isolation, ongoing uncertainty, fear, and grief. Even before the pandemic, mental health challenges facing children were of great concern, and COVID-19 has only exacerbated them. The numbers paint an alarming picture. Between March and October 2020, the percentage of emergency department visits for children with mental health emergencies rose by 24% for children ages 5 to 11 and 31% for children ages 12 to 17. There were also a same period in 2019. Additionally, many young people have been impacted by loss of a loved one. Recent data show that more than 140,000 US children have experienced the death of a primary or secondary caregiver due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with children of color disproportionately impacted. We were concerned about children's emotional and behavioral health even before the pandemic. The ongoing public health emergency has made a bad situation worse. We are caring for young people with soaring rates of depression, anxiety, trauma, loneliness, and suicidality that will have lasting impacts on them, their families, their communities, and all of our futures. We cannot sit idly by. This is a national emergency, and the time for swift and deliberate action is now, said the AACAP President Gabrielle A. Colson. Amy Wimpy Knight, president of CHA, added, "We are facing a significant national mental health crisis in our children and teens, which require urgent action." In the first 6 months of this year, children hospitals across the country reported a shocking 45% increase in the number of self-injury and suicide cases in 5 to 17-year-old compared to the same period in 2019. Together with the AAP and AACAP, we are sounding the alarm on this mental health emergency. Children and families across our country have experienced enormous adversity and disruption. The inequalities that result from structural racism have contributed to disproportionate impacts on children from communities of color, the group stated in the declaration. The organizations are urging policymakers to take several actions, such as increasing federal funding to ensure all families can access mental health services, improving access to telemedicine, supporting effective models of school-based mental health care, accelerating integration of mental health care in primary care pediatrics, strengthening efforts to reduce the risk of suicide in children and adolescents, and addressing workforce challenges and shortages so that the children can access mental health services no matter where they live. So the global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life, as it had been experienced even back in February 2020, is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with the nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. United States Institute of Peace. Even amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. We need stronger health systems, and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. A new social contract between people, governments, private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality and fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions for the various issues that are facing humanity today and the global peace. The contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Vedic tradition beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pushyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vigagupshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6. Global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful and he moves the whole village, the whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnations, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. The individual bliss is the source for the global peace. So, global peace is the byproduct of individual peace. Now, let us see how do we achieve that individual peace. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given us various techniques by practicing completion, by practicing unclutching, and various other techniques. Now, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss.
Embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel Everyone is your extension. The power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without, and those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the Samskara Dagana Kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful science. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita. Strength of Advaita. Today the Inner Awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session with Inner Awakening, we are also lagging behind the syllabus. Actually, it is a good news, it's not a bad news, because participants are so sincere. They are going through the whole process so intensely, sincerely. Because of that, we are little delayed, but today I am going to catch up. Today I am going to spend more time and catch up with them. with the syllabus. So I conclude today with this. I'll move to the next sessions, IA sessions and all that, because never I conclude. There's no conclusion for satsang. It goes on and on and on. Only the audience change. So with this, I move to the next step. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things Much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there is a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means, I'll tell social.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra. Starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lasts all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the Supreme Pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. What the work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching, yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it, so the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus.
Now, we'll see the Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nityananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Through the Paramashivam program, bringing the superconsciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity by starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing billions of minutes. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7. Helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves, learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationship. Providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailas courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from the Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truth and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, the free food in Nityananda Annalayas around the world, including Tiruvannamalai and Los Angeles, paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying the collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks. Offering the Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims and Bhava Samadhi Darshans to raise the individual consciousness breakthroughs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings, blind spots, and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation had blind spots when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19. Now it's time that the nature, Prakriti resets itself, and many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone. Now let us celebrate God. This isolation, which is seemingly endless, with an unknown future which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them the super consciousness breakthrough and revive a spiritual enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivam, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's time we all take responsibility to save humanity, to protect people from pandemic fatigue, destruction, and delusion. Let's try to enrich people for every one of these great spiritual solutions. And all these solutions are free and open for all. And let's take few minutes now and share with as many people as possible. Let us save the world and let us give them the experience of unclutching the Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna to save people from the pandemic fatigue, epidemic fatigue, destruction, and delusion. People from 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it started from 13th May 2020, and at any given point of time now they are 4 to 8 zones continuously unclutching around the world. Join this movement at http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched Minutes for Peace initiative, which aim to reduce crime globally by conducting the mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after the participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of the community practiced meditation and puja, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally of the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billions of minutes of peace so far. Now you can see some of the glimpses where about 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in United States in Los Angeles since 2007. Nityananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives, saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States. The second conference for peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life. To promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. One of the greatest contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing is the initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds and thousands of people into Nityananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, the spiritual journeys, taking the spiritual aspirants to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation, reviving the original spiritual context. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual and collective peace as a natural consequence. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the food system hold key to ending the world hunger. The UN has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. Under the Red Home No Hunger Project, through the Annalayas, that is food donation centers, at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 5 billion organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Recently, under the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is opening the Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastic campuses are being turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. You can see some of the glimpses. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below at https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, all these Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, many of these contributions, be it Annadan and various other things, are temple-based. The de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa are temple-based. The revival of these temple sciences and ecosystems by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, now especially in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshans of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explain about the science of temples.
Grand Temple. What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also. Both.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit superconsciousness from one place to another place. Please understand, in Meenakshi's time there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab, and if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, All our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the superconsciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with superconsciousness. The mechanism which connects with the superconsciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the superconsciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is the place from where continuous superconsciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So, an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air, or 30 feet above the air, without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's
So when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The free COVID care centers opened across India are listed here. Adi Kailas in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem, Tirunamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam, Srirangapadi, Madurai, Avatipalam, Huzur, all from Tamil Nadu, and Baroda Adinam from Gujarat, Tripuram Adinam from Hyderabad, and Puduvai Adinam from Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on global pandemic. Free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India, including medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, organic farming. To join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers, register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So with this, we are going to move on to the next part of our program after a very short break. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
சுண்ணாம்பு போல சுருச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சூரிய நர்வமுசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சுச்சோ வெத்தல போல விரிச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சந்திர நர்வமுசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சுச்சோ
இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு, நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு. இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு, நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு. சொன்ன வார்த்தையும் கொஞ்சம் கேளு, சொன்ன வார்த்தையும் கொஞ்சம் கேளு. இந்த சொர்க்க பூமிக்குள் வந்து வாடு, சொர்க்க பூமிக்குள் வந்து வாடு. இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு, நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு. இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு, நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு. மகளில் மதி ஒளிரும் சூரியனானு தென்னனோ அல்லமர ஆண்டவனும் வந்தாரு. இது ஆனந்தத்தை அள்ளி அள்ளி தந்தாரு. மகளில் மதி ஒளிரும் சூரியனானு தென்னனோ அல்லமர ஆண்டவனும் வந்தாரு. இது ஆனந்தத்தை அள்ளி அள்ளி தந்தாரு.
வானம் பூமி காப்பு சாமி நம்ம சாமி.
முத்துரவரத்தினமே முந்தவன தீர்ப்பவனே, முத்துரவரத்தினமே முந்தவன தீர்ப்பவனே, முத்துரவரத்தினமே முந்தவன தீர்ப்பவனே. பொங்கி வரும் எண்ணங்களை போக்க வைக்கும் ஆண்டவனே, பொங்கி வரும் எண்ணங்களை போக்க வைக்கும் ஆண்டவனே. பாடு பண்பாடு பிறந்த நாள் கொண்டாடு, பாடு பண்பாடு பிறந்த நாள் கொண்டாடு. Cinca, 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 dai bol passe.
சுண்ணாம்பு போல சுருச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சூரிய நர்வமூசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சிச்சோ வெத்தல போல
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் உலகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்திக்க பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்திக்க பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டற்கருள்வான் முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டற்கருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்டுண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்டுண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாயே நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாயே நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். வெற்றி குதிரை எரியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம் நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்.
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, everyone sitting with us all over the world. With my love and respects. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is the source declaration, the cause for unmanifest to manifest. Listen. The unmanifest Paramashiva, when it starts manifesting, the conscious sovereignty is the source theme mixed with bliss. Bliss is a lubrication. Conscious sovereignty is the source will through which the unmanifest becomes manifest. Listen intensely. Yesterday I was telling, even in an atom, cell, all this unit level existence, molecules, see, different field it is. In biology, you call it a cell. The outer world science perceives molecules, cell, atom, all this from different external, rational, logical, analytical mind and perception. I am talking from the revelations of the greater science called Hinduism. The cosmic science. In the cosmic science, the unit of existence, the unit of existence, in cosmic science we call it as tattva. The tattva, in the modern science you call it, in each field you have a different unit, the core unit. In some fields you call it as cell, in some fields you call it as atom, in some fields molecules. But I am talking about the cosmic science. In cosmic science, the unit of existence is tattva. The core tattva, unit of existence, the unmanifest is more than 99.99999%. The outer world science also, modern science also agrees, even in the atom, unmanifest, the vacuum is 99.999%. Only very small, that existence of neutrons and protons. The modern science explains from a different angle. You listen to the truth from the cosmic science. I want all of you to know the modern science, every department in any university, many universities have 30, 40. Some of the top universities have even 300 departments. But the whole department can make you genius only in that one department. I should say knowledgeable. You study your whole life, spend your whole life in that department, you will become knowledgeable only in that department, that field. But the cosmic science I am revealing, if you understand, you will become genius, sarvagna. I tell you, being a sarvagna, genius, used to be the normal lifestyle of Hindus. It is so sad, even the Hindu gurus are not recognizing, acknowledging Hindu educational methodology and not running gurukuls as a mainstream education. It is so unfortunate. No country law accepts Hindu educational methodology as a mainstream education system. Anyhow, now it is my responsibility, Kailasa's responsibility, to make Hindu education system as a mainstream education system. See, if you understand the core unit principle of the cosmic science, you will become genius in any field you just put your attention. The unit of the existence, the tattva, should be understood in its core. Listen. The unmanifest existence of you decides to manifest out of his conscious sovereignty. So, the conscious sovereignty cannot be lost, even if you think it is lost during your manifestation process. The manifestation process cannot take away the conscious sovereignty from you because conscious sovereignty is the source will. Source will. Why even the unmanifest manifests? Bliss is the lubrication. Conscious sovereignty is the source will from which the unmanifest becomes manifest. I tell you, oh Hindus, you inherit a rich tradition. Richness from genius. Being. See, our richness is not grabbed, stolen, swindling, or terrorism. That is why we neither believe in conversion nor believe in terrorism. We don't believe in grabbing others' wealth through terrorism, population manipulation, conversion. We don't believe in any of this because we believe in the life centered on genius existence. Hindus are perfect in everything. Modern day Hindus just lost your appetite for being a genius. This stupid NRI cheap lifestyle. One home, 2 car, 2 kids, green card. That is why you guys are nicely squeezed. Your whole life is sucked and dumped like a dirt by 50 by the global tech giants. Working for global tech giants is the hell and curse. And the Hindus who don't want the genius lifestyle and who opt for mediocre, cheap way of existence. It's a curse you guys brought upon yourself. And you guys glorify your curse. Oh, I'm a senior manager of this tech giant company. Pooh. Every senior manager or director or CEO, NRI sitting not just in US and Canada or UK, anywhere in the world. Look back, your grandfather or great grandfather must be Sadavadani, Dasavadani, Ashtavadani, bloody inheritors of Avatani Sampradaya. Avatanis means genius. Sarvanyas, Avatani Sampradaya. You fools are having pride being a manager, senior manager, director of tech companies. It's a punishment. A born Hindu dying without becoming genius is a curse. Look back, dig your grandfather, great grandfather's family history. They will be Avadanis, Sarvanyas. Appetite for being genius is the educational method of Hinduism. Understand? Education for all to make living is the preliminary education in Hindu tradition. Hindu tradition, till the age of 14, the Kulattul, the family knowledge for making living will be given. That is preliminary education, basic education. But Gurukul education is for refining the personality and making you genius. Making you genius is the education of the Hindus. Narendra Sindhi is putting a nice message. She says, and in Canada, these Indians say, oh, the medical system here is so good, as if we live to be sick. Instead of thinking how not to get sick. Now almost for last 3 years after I left India, only once I had some diagnosis. One of my devotee doctor came and did some diagnosis on me. That's all. 3 years, neither I visited the hospital nor need. It is not that only I can be like this. It is lifestyle. My grandfather, it is true what I am saying. My grandfather died in 90s. Only the last day of his death, he went to hospital. 90, his whole life, he went to hospital only once. The day he died, that's all. And it's not that Tiruvannamalai has a great hospital or medical care. Lifestyle is such. One of the biggest problem is this NRIs became a trend setting thought current for Indians who are living in India. That is the worst crime. Worst thing happened to Hindus. So even in India, the same thing is spreading. Two kids, one house. Even in India, the same disease, sickness. Mediocre mentality is lifestyle sickness. Appetite for being genius. See, even the family name you carry, Chaturvedi, means genius in 4 Vedas. That community only carries the word called Chaturvedis. Trivedis, Tivaris. Trivedi, Tivari. Title means genius in 3 Vedas. 3 fields of knowledge. Dvivedi, Dube, Dvivedi, all of them are genius in 2 branches. All these titles shows your grandfather, great-grandfather, they were all genius. Now the whole focus is 1 house, 2 car, 1 wife, 2 kids. Appetite for being genius, seeking the truth. And that brings real depth in life and fulfillment. Sorry for being strong, but unless I am being strong, who is going to tell you guys? Nobody else is going to be telling you the truth directly. They will say, oh, great. Wow, you are a manager. You are a director in such a tech giant company. Phew. The appetite for genius. Appetite for being a seeker. Appetite for finding the truth of existence. Appetite for digging the reality. Is appetite for seeking truth, discovering it. Appetite for being genius. This appetite for being genius is replaced by westernized Hinduism, the neo-Hindutva. The neo-Hindutva is making the whole Hinduism as a school college running organization religion. Hey! And that also Christian school and Christian syllabus and Christian medical system, hospitals. Many Hindu gurus come and tell me, they even cry to me, Swamiji, I am from this sampradaya, even my school students don't get initiated in my sampradaya. Why will they? Because the school you are running is giving a Christian education and you are teaching the Christian history. You are not teaching the Hindu history to them, the real history to them. What you are teaching in your school, they are going to follow, then why will they respect you? Your school books, you don't open and see, it is directly abusing your ancestors, your sampradaya. And you are spending money, your whole life to run those schools and colleges. One of the worst things done to the modern day Hindus, all their mutts and religious organizations are forced to run Christian syllabus schools, Christian medical method hospitals. Even the Hindu mutts and organizations and gurus, unfortunately, have no freedom to run Hindu education or Hindu medicinal method hospitals. Hindu education schools or Hindu medicinal method hospitals, they can't run. Just see the number of madrasas, Christian education organizations, Christian schools, colleges and theology schools, and Hindu gurukuls number before independence. And see the number now. You will understand why I left India. Why I was kicked out of India. I should use that word. And unfortunately, the modern day Hindu gurus are not even thinking about it. They are not even thinking about it. Their whole thinking is all about getting the temples out of government. That's all. Even that, when they are going to achieve, is different. But even their thinking is not going beyond that. Even in their thinking, they are not going beyond that. And I am telling you, most of the Hindus, almost I can say 99% of the Hindus do not know we had an amazing hospital system, outpatient, inpatient, and lifestyle-based cure healing methods. This modern ideological racketeering has destroyed our indigenous knowledge system, medical system, lifestyle system, even the business methodology system. I think it is my responsibility at least to create one model community, one model piece. I have to create and show that it is possible for the Hindus to get confidence and courage. In India, the anti-Hindu gang, they realized, I am setting up a model community with reviving the Hindu education system and Hindu medicinal system, Hindu lifestyle, everything. Then they understood, oh God, this is too dangerous. He's setting a model. That is when they attacked the very core. Otherwise, there is no need for them to sending at least some 100 of them into the organization and penetrating and getting the local guys enrolled. The number of spies and conspirator gang infiltrated into my Sangha, my organization. Now we are seeing very clearly when they are dropping out. When they are dropping out and going out and abusing, then we are very clearly able to see that whole gang, how they penetrated and spent years. And we Hindus are very hospitable and very innocent. Exploiting our innocence and hospitality, penetrating into organization and spending years. And even these Hindus getting the opinions of the druggies about me to do their independent investigation. Going to druggies and asking about me. Going to rapists, child rapists and asking about me. Going to devil worshippers, Satan cult, devil worshippers and asking about me and Hinduism. To do the independent investigation. Funny. Not really funny. And I am telling you, the appetite for being genius and the Hindu education system, Hindu knowledge transmission system. Actually, we should call it as a Hindu knowledge transmission system. It's not just education system. Education word is too poor. We don't educate, we just do knowledge transfer, I tell you. All the arts a Vishwakarma father mastered in jewelry making, he will transmit the whole thing by the age of 7 to the child, and after that everything the child learns will be the father plus. It will be specialization of what he got from father. That is why I call it Hindu methodology of the knowledge transmission is not ordinary education. Just through the body language, the way, in their very vibration, from the very muscle memory and biomemory and the DNA, the child grasps the whole thing from the father by 7. And from 7 to 14, he refines himself. He excels. Then from 14, it's all about becoming genius. Insatiable, extreme appetite for being genius, seeking the truth, is the fundamental attitude of Hindus in life. The fundamental attitude of appetite for genius is taken away by the modern education, making Hindus mediocre, making them believe this one house, two kids theory, one house, two cars theory. One house, two cars is replaced. The appetite for being genius is replaced by one house, two car lifestyle, or one house, two car goal. One house, two car, one wife, two kids. This goal has been pushed, and that appetite for being genius has been destroyed in the very root. So the modern day Hindus, neither they spend their time nor intelligence or money or their treasure, talent, time, anything. They don't spend any of it in becoming genius, seeking the truth, being a personality with a depth. I tell you, allowing the kids to date and break their celibacy before 21 destroys their depth. Till 21, absolute celibacy makes the depth in personality. Understand? Actually, it takes 21 for your brain to get matured to handle the emotional ups and downs of relationships. If you started dating or all this boy girl thingy before 21, don't feel proud about it. Don't feel cute about it. I think I am in too much samadhi, and naturally I'll be too raw, straight, ferocious. Better let me stop talking for now. When I am in my pure space, better not to talk to me and me not talk to you guys. Because people are not that matured to listen to the truth as it is. Better you receive the initiation. Let me. Give you all blessings, support, methodology. Okay. Let me give you solution instead of digging the problem deeper. But unless the problem is explained, you won't even learn the depth of the problem. That is the biggest problem. And nobody is interested in analyzing the problem. Nobody is interested in hurting you. And I am also scared of hurting you guys. Because you guys are not realizing the problem. You guys start developing anger towards me for showing the problem. Hey, listen. Out of my extreme compassion, I am talking. Listen. You NRIs are great, wealthy, highly tax paying. There are so many good things you guys have. I'm not saying no. But the highest heart problem and top. But by 50, that ratio is also high. Before 50, packing off, this Monday morning blow-ups, heart attacks. That ratio is also too high among the NRIs. You go and study, see the statistics. I'm talking from the number. It's all public information. The reason is not following the lifestyle of Hinduism. Rituals mold day-to-day life. person who has the habit of Nitya Puja, even if it is 10 minutes, I guarantee you will be 3 times more productive in your life, because this Nitya Puja habit will not let you just rot in your bed without getting up. See, your concept of vacation is just rolling on the bed without getting up. Arey, fool! The whole concept of vacation is wrong. Becoming couch potatoes is not life. There are tons of things. When people get time for themselves, all they do is just I don't get up from the bed. I just roll till evening. Is it a pride? Cute? Inactive lifestyle. Whether you feel depressed or you feel you have freedom to do what you want, or that is not lifestyle. A ritual retrieves more than 30% of your life from your tamas, laziness demon. Start practicing 10 minutes a day Nitya Puja. You will see your waking hours, active hours, living hours, not just working, alive, living hours will increase 30% minimum. For a modern day human beings, I think even 80% will increase. The ritual centric lifestyle. A vegetarian lifestyle will improve the activism in your life 80%. 80% of the time you are awake, you will be very bright. Your brain will be functioning very bright without coffee. Without coffee, you will be organized if you live a vegetarian lifestyle. Vegetarian lifestyle keeps your brain organized without coffee, without caffeine. Understand? I am telling you, the day I started applying this Karsalangani powder for my upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha, I am living without any need for solid food or coffee, tea. Now the solid cooked food has become like a Maheshwara Puja diet for me. Other times just little few seeds or fruits or juice. See, if you start seeking the truth, if you start having appetite for being genius, That appetite for being genius only can make you decide about this vegetarian lifestyle, ritual-centric lifestyle. Appetite for the truth, conscious sovereignty, appetite for the highest reality is the fundamental ecosystem, lifestyle, nature, existential reality for Hindus. Oh, Hindus, reclaim that first. Don't allow this one house, two car lifestyle to steal the appetite for the truth, appetite for the reality from you. The brain evolves subtle capacity to grasp the cosmic truths if the appetite for the truth is encouraged in you. Seeking conscious sovereignty is awakened in you. Looking for the truth and reality, when it is kindled in you or rekindled in you, only then your brain starts developing those subtle grooves to grasp life. I really sincerely bless you all to awaken conscious sovereignty and seeking for the conscious sovereignty. Seeking the truth. Being ferocious to reach the truth.
அஞ்சலென்றடைய அபயம் தரும் லிங்கம் ஆனந்த நித்தியன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணி நீக்கும் உயிர் காக்கும் ஞான ஒளியாக பூத்த நித்யானந்தன் தந்த உயர்லிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அருணயம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயத்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் மனிதருக்கு அரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் மனிதருக்கு அரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற விரதம் கொண்ட 1008 நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற விரதம் கொண்ட 1008 நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதம் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதம் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம். விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். ஊழ்வினை மாய்த்து விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். வாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்கும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்கும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். புண்ணியம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாயி நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். புண்ணியம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாயி நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பண்ணொடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பண்ணொடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வர நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன் அருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேண்டும் முன் அருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பேதயம் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பேதயம் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிதேவன் நித்யநந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. ஆதிதேவன் நித்யநந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. சோதி தெய்வம் நித்யன் வரும் சேதி தன்னை கூறவே சோர்ந்திடாது பிறவி தாங்கும் சீர்மிகுந்த பாதுகை. சோதி தெய்வம் நித்யம் வரும் சேதி தன்னை கூறவே சோர்ந்திடாது பிறவி தாங்கும் சீர்மிகுந்த பாதுகை. ஆதிதேவன் நித்யநந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. ஆதிதேவன் நித்யநந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. கூடி வரும் கோடி பக்தர் ஆண்டவனை காணும் பார்த்து ஏங்கும் பெருமை கொண்ட பரமன் நித்யன் பாதுகை. கூடி வரும் கோடி பக்தர் ஆண்டவனை காணும் பார்த்து ஏங்கும் பெருமை கொண்ட பரமன் நித்யன் பாதுகை. லோகத்தையே காக்கும் நித்யன் பாதமலர் காத்திடும் யோகம் தன்னை தாங்குகின்ற நித்யானந்தன் பாதுகை. நித்யானந்தன் ராஜநடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை. வேதியனாம் நித்யானந்தன் ராஜநடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை. பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை, பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை, பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை, பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை. தேடி தேடி கண்டிடாது மாலை சோர்வில் ஆழ்ந்திட நித்தியம் நித்தியன் பாதம் பற்றும் பாக்கியம் கொண்ட பாது.
I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्ध
Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasya Lakshmam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Siddharth.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is everything decides as you want, you becoming the culprit through, the superconscious breakthrough as your reality. The science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. It's a science because millions have experienced that, and each one of you can experience the superconscious breakthrough, becoming the genius, and not live a mediocre life. And the pramanas are the evidences to give you the cognitive shift which manifest as powers beyond the thinking mind, logically what we think, and beyond that there is a superconscious being which manifests through us as reality. The science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures as Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramana, experience and the results of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Siddhas, and millions of them who are the authority of Hinduism, who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, right from the emperor to the Grahastha. They lived in such a beautiful life as a superconscious genius. And Bhagavan is raising us into that genius, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how the cognitive shift, the jnana, happens in us. Simply, the superconscious space becomes our reality. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva initiated by Bhagavan. Bhagavan himself says that he resides in Kailash courtyard for each one of us to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. After each satsang, after each darshan, Bhagavan himself waits to manifest through each one of us to receive the prasada of Paramashiva as our reality. That Paramashiva is real, consciousness is real, genius is real. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan Paramashiva again and again has beautifully given us the higher science, how power manifestation really reflects in our brain and how the brain can show the differences. How when you're manifesting powers, the prefrontal cortex becomes so vibrant and the command center, which brings so much of health, auspiciousness, abundance, because more and clarity in your thinking simply brings more and more peace and bliss in your life. Paramashiva has beautifully given the pramanas for us to understand the greater science. The Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana for Sarvanyatva, all knowing, is from Sarvanyatva Agama, verse 15. And this is for the power of knowing any foreign languages.
Pramana for the power of quantum memory is taken from the Sarvojnanottara Agama, verse 15. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. Evamekatma bhavena संस्थितस्य तु योगिनः सर्वज्ञत्वं प्रवर्तेत विकल्परहितस्य तु.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, within such yogi who establish himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva and keeps himself from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power of all-knowingness, Sarvangatvam, gets unfolded in all its fullness. You become the Sarvanyatva, you become the all-knowing when you understand you're not just the mediocre life, when you understand that superconsciousness is real and millions have manifested the greater science. When Britishers took 250 ships of data to take the Vedas and Agamas, simply we said they can take instead one Brahmin boy who can just download all this greater science. They were totally shocked how the Brahmins, how their brain reflects the superconsciousness and how they were able to memorize such vast amount of knowledge just in that single brain, and such impossible that they were able to download anything from anywhere just by the glimpse of it, whether it is the Siddha medicine, Ayurveda, or whether it's astronomy, or creating the great science of how the flights, or the greater science of studying different planets. All the things that is not even reachable, they were simply able to download the distance from the sun or the velocity of the light, or every single details were clearly documented and clearly given. In fact, all over the world, people came to India to study just before the Britishers destroyed the whole thing, the Mughals and the Britishers. All this great science was available to just a Brahmin boy. How was that possible? And here Bhagavan gives one who established himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva, and who keeps himself from all sorts of differentiating notions. Once you understand that you are not just the individual identity, if you live from your root pattern, only you are default future you are attracting. That is nothing but your past. Recreating the past, confusion, chaos, and all the struggle again and again in your life as your present. That is the default future that you are creating as long as you live and look through just your root patterns, a mediocre life. When you start understanding you are Paramashiva, you are consciousness, and you are the eternal happening. And if you understand that is who you are and ready to drop all the identities that you carry and simply merge into the oneness space with Paramashiva, reflecting the superconscious in your brain, you experience the oneness with Paramashiva. How do you experience that? Like how, as long as the wave thinks, it is a wave and it functions, trying to get some pebbles, sand, and some crabs. Bhagavan beautifully says it can only function to the limit of a wave. But if it understands it is an ocean, it is not just a wave. And simply the ocean takes the form of the wave and manifests whatever it wants. If we understand Paramashiva is the reality who manifests through us all the greater science, the identity that we carry is only what we can presume just by the mind. But if you are ready to drop the identity, which is just only a pressure, external input, which is not the real, when we are ready to drop from the fantasy and look into the higher reality, who we are, the original space of us, like how in the deep sleep, we are so aligned to what we experience. There is no outer world, there is no manifestation, achievement, success, planning, thinking. But we want that every single day. We enjoy that because that is consciousness. There is only the frequency which is happening. There is no body, there is no mind, there is nothing. But we enjoy that. That very space is what we were before we were born, and the very space after we die, then where is the mind? The mind is given only as a tool for us to have the chronological planning. But all, other than that, we use it for all the confusion that the mind creates, because it is only created by the society. When we drop that and understand the very nature, who we are is Paramashiva, again and again we align to the higher reality. Bhagavan says we experience the genius in us. Here it says, who establish the non-dual oneness. The oneness is how we are the ocean, we are the frequency. If we understand the string theory, we can understand how we are quantum, the frequency and the reality, how the matter is also energy, the higher frequency who we are. When we understand that consciousness is real, Paramashiva is real, he is manifesting and experiencing through us all that is available. And because he is there, we are experiencing the awareness as sweet, as sight, as touch, through all five senses. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives us the higher reality as Shastra Pramana. When we are ready to complete and seek to the highest reality, we understand the greater reality. All the Siddhas, 18 Siddhas, they have demonstrated all these greater signs as reality. Bogar was one of them who created great science and great reality and took it to Chinese community. Even today, there are hundreds of people who went from India and learned the Chinese languages. Even their statues are available, who converted everything, all the document into Chinese and all the Vedas and Agamas for them to be enlightened. It is said that Bogar went to China and created Taoism and the yin yang, Shiva and Shakti as the reality. And not only him, even Jacob, he was actually Siddhar and Shivarama Devar. His name was changed into Yakub when he went to the Middle East and he translated all this great science in Arabic. And also, he even converted himself to make them understand where they exist. To that level of sacrifice he did to bring so much of awareness to the Siddha traditions. And even now, we have so much of data that Jacob Siddhar has given to the world. It is much more than other Siddhas that we have in terms of the medicines. All this great science was revealed to them not because they did something, but simply they experienced oneness with Paramashiva. They did not have the differentiating notions. Guru Namachivayam, when he went to the Tiruvannamalai temple, and he was from Karnataka, he had no idea of Tamil. But Shiva, through a voice, he heard from Shiva that he has to sing in Tamil and then only the doors will open. In deep gratitude and surrender, he simply sang the Padigam in Tamil, who has no idea, but he sang in a language which he has no idea. And simply the door opened. We have so many references. Arunagirinadar just sang, and when Muruga came and protected him, and he sang the Tirupugal. Just like that, he has no idea. He wanted to die and commit suicide. He just completed in such a deep completion that he manifested a new reality, that Muruga himself came and wrote in his tongue that he delivered the greatest knowledge. All these siddhas and avatars have made the impossible as possible. That is the greatest science of all this. And here Bhagavan says how he manifested speaking in a different language, just downloaded in Atma Pramana.
One more funny thing, it was very successful, trying to pick up Hindi through Akashic records. I was able to very successfully, I can say at least 25 sentences I picked up. I just sent the Sanskrit statements. Usually I think in Sanskrit, means there is no individual free will and thinking, but the thinking is realized by my inner space first in Sanskrit, then it gets translated either into English or into Tamil. If I'm doing some administration work, that gets translated into Tamil. If I'm giving satsang, it gets translated into English. So yesterday I tried to send that raw material, that Sanskrit, into this Hindi software, and the statements came out. Kundalini is your possibility, the multiple possibility. After 25 statements, I think I myself got overexcited. So the moment I get overexcited, I fall into samadhi. The overexcitement leads to too much of completion. You can't have the gap between internal and external. So, the overexcitement. If you discover something new, how you get excited? Like that I started getting excited. So the moment I started getting excited, I saw very clearly the Sanskrit words go inside and come out as a diffused energy. The words are not coming out. It's like the vak, what do you call vocal cord in that area. From the being, the words enter, and by the time it comes out, it just becomes prana. It is no more a word. It is disintegrated to prana. Means gone back to the original source, the original form. So the original form of a letter is mantra. Original form of a language is mantra, the prana space. I know I'm throwing too many mystical details. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. I just wanted all these to be on record. When science evolves to scale spirituality, that time the scientists will discover the meaning of all these words.
Beautifully, Bhagavan says, it's a mantra. Anything Bhagavan utters is a mantra. It more and more when we listen to Bhagavan, simply the inner space transforms into his inner space. Unconsciously, we start mirroring that beautiful space and start manifesting the more and more restful awareness and higher consciousness. Bhagavan has beautifully given us the possibility how we can manifest multiple languages. In the many of the instant, especially during the initiation for the kids in the engineers and Paramashivam, when they were kids were impossible, they were speaking in other languages, they did not know English, and simply when Bhagavan manifested through them English, and the next day they would speak in the language English just like that, so fluently as though they have been speaking for many years, not searching for the words or grammar mistake, nothing. They will be so fluent, and it has happened many times in Gurukul and in the kids program. Clearly we have seen kids manifest this great science just like that. All you need is a space of oneness to manifest all these powers. Sarvanyatva is the most beautiful power. Any knowledge you can just download. Today we are going to work with a foreign language. If you have a partner, that's great. They can give you a sentence and you can translate into a language which you don't know. Or you can take a language which you have no idea and translate it to English. Just by the pure space of will, Paramashiva is real. He is reading everything. He is manifesting. How did we learn languages? If you see the first 7 years, if you are in a new place, completely we have no idea. Probably in Russia, the kids would learn the language much faster than the parents. That's because language, they can learn up to 7 language by the age of 7. We know that Shankaracharya Mahapariva used to speak in 40 languages, and so many of the Indians, we have so many records where they speak in multiple language. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharshi, all of them, just by listening only once, anything new, anything that needs to be downloaded. Just like Bhagavan, they used to just retell the whole thing exactly, absolutely just like that. It's very shocking, but it is true. You become the Egas and the Graki, your memory power, your attention power, your concentration, your absorption, retention, all that increases phenomenally when you understand you are Paramashiva. Bhagavan says, like how you have a library of 9 floors, 11 floors in New York, all that can be downloaded just in one human brain and much more. The greater science, how we exist, is consciousness. Consciousness is like an ocean. As long as you think like one elephant entering in a pond, everything gets splashed. But even 100 elephants go into the ocean, nothing happens. Because the ocean is so large. Consciousness is more powerful than the nuclear power. How it would be if you experience consciousness as your reality. That is what is glimpsed in the power manifestation. Bhagavan says, even for seconds, you are ready to surrender your identity. I can just remove all the karmas and make you manifest the superconscious space just for few seconds, 3 to 4 seconds. I can manifest all that through you. Now let's experience that oneness, manifest the power of foreign languages. Sarvanyatva, manifesting it in its fullness. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. All you need to do is drop the identities that you carry. Whatever your name, your form, your security, your body, your idea of who you are, everything surrender to Paramashiva's lotus feet. You are much beyond that. As long as you have identity, you are in your dream. If you understand you are Paramashiva, how the sun has so many that mind screen and simply reflect the superconsciousness in our brain as consciousness through flowing through us as reality. Just for a few minutes, sit very well unclutched, completely unclutched from everything that you know as you. And complete completion is making everything redundant. Who you are is Paramashiva. Sit powerfully with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands with all the Ayuda. Sit as Venkateshwara, Kalabhairava, whoever your Ishtadevata is. So powerful. And completely reside in that Mahavakya with deep gratitude, soaking yourself in the Mahavakya, merging into Paramashiva lotus feet as simple gratitude and surrender, and experience the oneness with Paramashiva. All of us, collective integrity, manifesting this beautiful space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. You can experience the oneness and manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Let's get into the deep meditation. Experience the oneness with Paramashiva, entangle with him, and manifest the power of Sarvanyatva. Start chanting from your navel center with a deep listening.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes and whatever you have written, go to Google Translation and verify if it is the same thing that you have downloaded in the new language. Please make a screenshot of before and after whatever the questions was and what you received as prasada as your answer and what was revealed and what the Google is verifying. Even one word you got, make a circle with a red mark. You can post it to the world. All this great science tell us we don't need the five senses to learn from the outer world. There is a mediocre life of living outside life, societal way of thinking. Thinking is not required for humans. We are superconscious beings who have come down to experience the higher reality. We are not here just for a mediocre life. We are here to experience the avatar who has landed on planet Earth and experience the superconscious breakthrough in each one of us. Making each one of us as a superconscious being is the reason why avatars land on planet Earth. And all of us are chosen one because in 84 million species, billion species, and we have 8 billion people, hundreds are here manifesting the powers, really shows how it has been chosen by each one of us, been chosen by Paramashiva to manifest these greater signs. Even if you are the first time entering into the Kailash courtyard, be very clear, it is a chosen how you have landed here. All these great signs are taught to one who has evolved in the world as conscious beings. It is not a coincidence, it is a happening that you are the $1 trillion kid, Brahmanya Bahuputratam. You are the chosen one to manifest the greater signs. And be very clear, all these are not some myth or fantasy, but it is reality. Millions have experienced, and each one of us in different ways we are experiencing this whenever we connect to Paramashiva as reality. The more and more these exercises are showing us that mind is not required as we think. Mind is a processor. It can put us into delusion or pull us out of delusion and liberate us. If we start having no incompletion and complete completion, how completely empty. Bhagavan says, from your navel center to the throat, no verbalization. Drop everything at Bhagavan's lotus feet and experience only that empty space, who you are, like in the deep sleep. You are completely empty, but the mind is not recognizing that. But now, when the mind recognizes it, you are the frequency, you are quantum. You are much subtler than the gross matter that you think you are the body. You are consciousness, all pervading and omniscience, omnipresent and self-effulgent and sarvagnyatvam. Understanding the very truth who you are, and you can see the balasans in the courtyard. They all downloaded not just the answer, but also the questions from Mensa, from CAT, SAT. Any book you give, they can just download if you tell the page number. And simply not just the answers, but also the questions. Even if they ask medical question, just randomly, they were able to see and just tell what is the right thing to do, thinking how it needs to be handled in the world. Bhagavan says they can even do non-invasive surgery if they seal back the coconut, which they crack. Just the power of third eye. All the science Bhagavan is downloading in the balasans and to the humanity through this power manifestation session. All we need to do is ready to give up all the identities. Nothing we lose. When we go to sleep, we don't give up and we lose something. We actually gain. So when we wake up, we know that it is more clear. When you wake up with the thoughtless space, you recognize that you are Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. Now we'll have another cycle for just few more minutes. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Write down the questions or anything in any language that you don't know, you want to download. Just write down whatever you want to know in that English and then translate it into the new language. And simply Bhagavan Paramashiva will give you the words for you to translate or read an unknown language. Let's start the cycle 2. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely from your navel center with a deep listening. Listening is the key for manifesting higher consciousness.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Nityananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes. Whatever you have downloaded, please verify authentically in Google translation. All this greater science that Bhagavan is revealing for us to understand that we don't need the thinking mind. We need Paramashiva as our reality to manifest in our life. Whether it is known or unknown, He will manifest all that and much more. Please go to tinyurl.com/power manifestation. You can see the link at the left corner down. You can see that link and you can type in that link. Whatever experience you have, enriching is pulling yourself out of delusion, the matrix, the program that you are all in, the society, that we can come out when we understand that we need to enrich and cause at least 10 more people to experience Paramashiva is real. When we do that, we are in the space of Paramashiva as reality. The more and more we get engaged in life, participate in life, that we are Paramashiva and making others understand they are Paramashiva, seeing everybody as Paramashiva, living as Paramashiva, brings so much of reality in our life. even a little, Bhagavan says, will manifest greater signs for us. All this Bhagavan is giving us simple workshop to manifest huge possibility in us. And if you see the dollar sign, you can contribute to Kailasa. Whatever you offer to Kailasa, it is the most beautiful space that you build Kailasa in your inner space. Thanking all of you who are contributing and all of you for collective consciousness, collective integrity to happen. Beautiful oneness space, such a healing space that manifests, and thanking all of you, thanking Bhagavan for all this and surrendering all the powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet with a deep gratitude and earning Paramashiva as reality in my thought, in my word, in my action, in seeing everybody as Paramashiva as my reality. Holding that powerful cognition, let's end this session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 p.m. in IST in the Zoom session. You can log in through eKailasha. Thank you, Nityanandam.